thing. So if you told me that a certain political party is straight, day in, day out, year in, year out, then I will even ask myself, which kind of stuff is that? You have seen people, you have seen the crisscrossing. You have witnessed it among very many people. And apparently, many of them flag it as the bigger aspect of it. But truth of the matter is that the NRM party should learn after this. You know, if you don't learn from the history, what history tells you. This is a time where people have to go by the reality of the matter. Look at what they are supposed to do. They should serve the country at most as the NRM party. So that is the primary factor of the entire process, if people are to believe in what exactly they have to do. Now the NRM party, the NRM party leaders in this sense, the NRM party in this sense has to make sure that they train most of their leaders. They explain to them the aspect of real leadership than the issue of bickering. Okay. So you would believe me that many of the NRM people, they always, most of them actually, always come out of the excitement and so forth. It's all about speaking, altering stuff without, you know, without even thinking. So they just have to
thank you so much, Kawa. And I think we now just want to get you to State House. As you can see, the pictures on screen there. Our team in State House brings us that live because the events they are supposed to set into motion. His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, also chairperson of the NRM movement, the NRM party, is supposed to address and of course to officially open these events that run from today till Thursday, when they officially come to an end. And as you can see, now that's where SEC members are convening at State House in Entebbe. Then of course later we will take you to Plot 10 at the headquarters in Chadondo to be part of the other things. Welcome to State House today as we also watch and see what comes on next. Welcome.
Can we have a prayer by Al-Haj Nadri Abdu? Please come here, Jose.
Billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Let us humble ourselves for the prayer. O our good Lord, we are standing before you today, as we have been doing it always, by thanking you for the energy, wisdom, and love for the communication you have sent to us through your Holy Ghost. Sir, we are here standing nearly reaching the conclusion of our line of preparing the leaders who will lead you people in future as you have ordered us, as you really so said, we are your guards to your people. Let us first thank you for the good wisdom, strength, and love you have really so committed to our beloved President. Do it so and always. Therefore, let us conclude this exercise more amicably in a friendly manner, and so we may conclude the general election which is near before us for your good Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Alhaj Abdul Naduli. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the National Chairperson of NRM, and also the President of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Prime Minister Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, members of the Central Executive Committee, Your Excellency, before you we have Honorable Samuel Ngola, the Vice Chairperson in charge of Northern Uganda. We have Alhaj Abdul Naduli, the Vice Chairperson in charge of Central Uganda. We have Mr. Tweheyo James, the Chairperson of the Workers' League. We have Mr. Mafabi Gidudu Dominic, the Chairperson of the Elderly League. We have Honorable Richard Todwong, the Deputy Secretary General. Your Excellency, most of the members of SEC, some are candidates because of the love for the party and how people would want to be part of the team to work with you to serve this country. Many of them are still moving, talking to the people who will be taking a vote on Thursday on the 20th. But Your Excellency, we also have Mr. Kato Gabriel, the Chairperson of People with Disabilities in this country. National Chairman and members of SEC and members of NEC who are listening, allow me, before I invite the National Chairman, to inform you that as a party, National Resistance Party, National Resistance Movement Party, we have won in all the districts of this country the vote for the special interest groups, the people with disabilities, the people, the elderly people, and just yesterday we won for the special interest groups, the youth. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate everybody, and I want in a special way to congratulate and thank the leaders of the youth in the different parts of this country, right from the Central Executive Committee under the National Chairman, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has guided us so well and led us, and also the Chairperson of the Youth League, Haji Gaddafi Nasul, the Chairperson of the PWDs, Mr. Kato Gabriel, the Chairperson of the people, the elderly people, Mr. Gidudu Dominic. I also want in a special way to thank my Secretariat team for the coordination. Your Excellency, when you win at the grassroots level, that means you have even won at the national level. Because when it comes to these special interest groups, the people who vote at the village, after they've voted, the people who to represent them, they constitute the electoral college at the parish level. And after that, after the voting, those who have been voted constitute the electoral college that votes at the sub-county level. And after they've voted them, they constitute the electoral college at the district level. And after they've voted at the district, the people who have been voted are the ones who constitute the electoral college at the national level. So once you win at the village level, then you have won all through. In a special way, congratulations to the NRM family. Your Excellency, we are gathered here for the extraordinary meeting of the Third National Executive Council, which is today at the 18th, and members of NEC are gathered in different parts of the country, the zones. And I want to call on Command Center. You have to show us that we are in touch with our teams. Greater Kampala, these are gathered at Mwengo Senior Secondary School. Greater Masaka, they are gathered at Royal Gardens in Masaka. Greater Mpigi, they are gathered at Samis Training Institute. Greater Mubende, they are gathered at Mitiana Brovet Institute in Mitiana. Greater Luwero, which is Nakasongola and Nakaseke, they are gathered at Kakoge Secondary School. Why Luwero is out is because it's still under lockdown. Greater Mukono, that is Mukono and Buvuma, they are gathered at Grand Tractors Gardens in Mukono. Teso Sub-Region, they are gathered at Windows Conference Hall in Soroti. Karamoja, they are gathered at the NRM office in Moroto. Acholi Sub-Region, they are gathered at St. Monica Girls Training School in Gulu. Lamu Sub-Region, they are gathered at Lira Hotel in Lira. Upper West Nile, they are gathered at Maracha Secondary School. We have Lower West Nile, they are gathered at Nebi Town Secondary School. Chigezi Sub-Region, they are gathered at Chiringime Guest House in Kabali. Busoga Sub-Region, the leaders are gathered at Jinja Secondary School, Jinja. Sebei Sub-Region, the leaders are gathered at Sebei College, Tegrace. Bukedi Sub-Region, they are gathered at Budaka District Headquarters. Bunyoro Sub-Region, they are gathered at Chitara Secondary School in Hoima. Your Excellency, National Chairman, Ankole Sub-Region are gathered at Kacheka Stadium in Imbarara. Renzori Sub-Region are gathered at Charia Courts in Kabarole. Your Excellency, Bugisu Sub-Region are gathered at Imbale Secondary School. The districts that are still under lockdown, we have Chotera, and these are gathered at the district headquarters conference hall. Ajumani district, they are gathered at the district headquarters. Amur, they are gathered at multiple purpose hall at the district headquarters. Arua, the leaders of Arua district are gathered at Tropical Suits. Buyukwe, the leaders are gathered at the NRM offices in the Buyukwe. Busia, the leaders are gathered at Busia NRM offices. Kayunga, the leaders are gathered at Intengeri Playground. Chankwanzi, the leaders are gathered at Chankwanzi district headquarters. Luwero, the leaders are gathered at Luwero Teachers Gardens. Moyo, the leaders are gathered at Aquinas. Then in Ebi, the leaders are gathered at Zombo Catholic Parish Football Ground. And Tororo, the leaders are gathered at Linkways. I'm being informed that they had to change the venue for Ankole from Kacheka, and they are now at Lakeview Regency Hotel Gardens in Imbarara. Your Excellency, this is the extraordinary meeting of the Third National Executive Council. Your Excellency, this has been done because of the regulations that were given to us by the Ministry of Health, but most importantly, all of this has happened under your guidance. So as the party that is in leadership in this country, the flag bearer, for the presidential flag bearer for presidential for this term, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is the President of the Republic of Uganda and the National Chairman of NRM. We as NRM had no reason not to observe and adhere to all of the guidelines and regulations given by the government, but also specifically by the Ministry of Health. That's why we decided to take advantage of the regulations that were presented to Parliament by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Your Excellency, allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of the family of NRM, on behalf of NEC, to invite you to come and address the members of NEC who are gathered in different parts of this country. Welcome, Your Excellency.
The Vice Chairman, Northern Region, Samuel Ngora, Vice Chairman Central, Alhaji Naduri, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Secretary General, other members of SEC, and all the members of NEC who are meeting today in the different places. Allow me to remove this mask so that I speak without a mask. Fortunately, the people here are few and they are all masked. So I don't think they are a problem to me, nor am I a problem to them. Well, first of all, I have no corona, but also I'm far away. Now, greetings of SEC, members of NEC, members of the National Conference, who will meet in a few days, and all the NRM members and all the Ugandans. Greetings from the members of SEC, from members of the Cabinet, and from members of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus. These are people whom I normally stay with on this side, and we work together. So I'm greeting you on their behalf. The sympathies go to all Ugandans regarding the hardships and inconveniences that have been caused by the lockdown on account of the need to protect our people from the danger of COVID-19. I myself am like a prisoner here in Nakasero and in Entebbe since March. I've not gone anywhere, I'm just here. I have already managed to sneak out to Karamoja to see the marbles factory, to Mbale for the industrial park, to Jinja twice for the rising of the waters and the floating islands, and for the Nightingale factory. To Namanve for factories, to Kasese for the landslides, to Nakasongora for the firefighting vehicles, and recently to Rubiji and Kasubi for the anti-flooding channel and for the Kasubi market. That's how I managed to sneak out and do those jobs carefully with people who are seated in a scientific way. Very few Then avoiding, on the way to Jinja, I was being stopped by force. People were falling on the road, blocking my vehicle. I, however, refused to come out of the vehicle. And they gathered around me, and I sat in the vehicle, showing them by signs that they needed to wear masks. The booklet. Then, on the way to, after Katosi, I stopped to use my vehicles. Then again, people gathered, and I had to talk to them from a distance and advise them to disperse. I know the Wananchi are enthusiastic when they see leaders stopping at a place. They will gather spontaneously, even if nobody has gathered them. But please, you as a leader, you should advise them to go away. Don't be attempted to hold a rally. Discourage them, advise them, because it will be a disaster if one of your supporters dies because of your carelessness or gets infected. However, everybody should know that we have no alternative. We should not be so short-sighted as to think of only business and jobs and forgetting life. It is not correct or necessary to lose lives on such a big scale as has happened in some countries. Since so many people have survived this disease here in Uganda up to now, 1,165 have survived the virus out of the 1,560 that were infected. It gives me a clear hope of a vaccine. You see, the AIDS initially was killing people without exception. Then later on, we got some drugs that don't cure it, but suppress it. But it doesn't go away. The good thing with the corona is that so many people, if they are well cared for, can survive it, but also eliminate it completely from their blood, from their body. Go from positive to negative. This makes it less dangerous, in my view, than AIDS, for instance. But it also kills on a big scale if the patients are not well managed. So although many people have survived, yet we have seen massive death in some countries in the world when people do not take firm measures. Here in Uganda, we have by today lost a total of 15 people. You remember people were saying that, this disease is not killing. Even I hear some politicians are saying that there's no corona. That's what I have heard. But those politicians, if we get evidence, we shall prosecute them. So you remember before, for 4 months, nobody died. So people said, no, there's no disease. The scientists are locking us up in order to make money. Some of them were even saying. Well, on the 21st of July, I think it was, we had the first death. We now have 15. Next week I will make a broadcast in detail on this issue of corona. Here I don't want to go so much into it, only to mention the few introductory remarks. Many of these 15 deaths could have been avoided if they had got to approved government treatment centers dedicated for this purpose soon. These 15 who died, if you study the case of each one of them, a lot of time was wasted by them going to private clinics, then private clinics, they go to some other clinics, and some of them die before they get to the approved government centers, or soon after they have arrived when it is already too late. The correct procedure is that when you feel sick with flu-like symptoms, stay at your home and ring the nearest government health center. That's what we told you in March when all this started. When you feel sick, don't, especially with something like flu, don't go to the government, to this private clinic or government health centers, but which are not dedicated for this corona. By doing that, first of all, you are losing time. Second, you are infecting more people. That's why we wanted you to stay in your home and ring from there to the nearest health center, for instance, health center 3. Say, I am here, I'm not well, I feel like I have flu. Call me people who know how to handle this. The health center 3 people know whom to call. There are these hubs, which the ministry set up in the whole of Uganda. Here there are 100 of them. Hubs, contact points. These are the ones who will come, take a sample from you at home. And then they go, within 24 hours, they'll be back to you. Say, you don't have corona? Go to the health center 3. Or you have corona, we take you to another place. If the person is found with coronavirus 19, then that person will be taken to the nearest normal health center. If he is found without corona COVID-19, then that person will be taken to the nearest normal health center for normal care. If found with corona-19, the person will be taken to the COVID-19 treatment center in the following places: Mulago National Referral Hospital, Entebbe Grade B Hospital, China-Uganda Friendship Hospital, Naguru, Jinja Referral Hospital, Mbare Regional Referral Hospital, Masaka Regional, Guru Regional, Lira Regional. These are regional referral hospitals. Mbarara Regional, Hoima, Mubende, Fort Portal, Ajumani Hospital, Soroti Soroti Referral Hospital, Kabale, Moroto, Bombo Military Hospital, and Arua Regional Referral Hospital. Almost all the COVID-19 infected persons that have got to the government treatment centers in time have healed. In the meantime, remember that COVID-19 is completely avoidable by doing the following. Always keeping 2 meters from one another while in public, like I'm doing with these SEC members. It's not just 2 meters, I think mine are like 10. Always wearing mask in public. Do not go to the public if you have got cold, flu-like symptoms. Nor should anybody be near you. Stay isolated at home. Do not interact with family members. Call Ministry of Health helpline, telephone 0800 100 066 for assistance. D, never touch your mouth, your nose, or your eyes with unwashed hands. E, always wash your hands with soap and water, or use sanitizers to disinfect your hands. And F, always sanitize the surfaces that are used by many people, like the door handles, tabletops, chair armrests, etc. All this is quite tiresome. What I'm telling you is quite tiresome. Even me, I really get tired. Sometimes I almost forget the mask. Putting on masks endlessly is quite tiresome. However, our Baganda people say, asiko bulamu tasa mukono. Here, the rich African languages use the imagery of frying food, saying that when you are frying life, i.e. frying life to keep it, you want to keep life, you never relax your arm. Unlike when you are frying real food, when you can relax. Bobo sika, ibinyanja, uweza kusoma mkono, umulako. Na yo okusika obulamu. Abede barugera nti, don't relax the arm. Osikiri dara. Very tiresome, but necessary. Kata abantu abedda okumanya science okusinga abolwaleero ab'omu kikuubo ekyo kyewuunyisa kubanga abaagera olugero luno baali ba science eyaffe eyedda nti asiika obulamu tassa mukono. Kati wano mu Kampala abantu bakoowa dda emikono bagiteeka wansi. Kati corona ayingidde. Corona is now advancing very fast in Kampala. Yeah. I think when I speak next week, I will give more details. The Abanyankole brothers say, amagara gakira magana. Amagara is life. Amagana is wealth. So they are saying that life is more important than wealth. These are old Banyankole now. ancient. To find the old Banyankole and the Baganda and our people knew more science than the present group is really interesting. These comments about COVID-19 form part of the 46-page statement that I have distributed to all and the National Conference. What I'm saying here is a summary of a bigger document, this one here, 46 pages, but which has been printed into a booklet. It has been printed into a booklet. So what I'm saying here about Corona is part of this. And it will be distributed to you or has already been distributed. The rest of the statement covers a summarized version of what will be in our manifesto. First of all, the statement notes with satisfaction that Uganda, since 1986, has not only achieved minimum economic recovery, but has also expanded 23 times in size from US dollars 1.55 billion to US dollars 37.3 billion in the last 34 years. That one is contained in that statement, that your economy has not only recovered from the catastrophe of the 20 years between 1966 and 1986, but has actually expanded 23 times in those 34 years. With the purchasing power parity method, this method of 37 billion is when we use the exchange rate method of calculating things. But if you use the PPP method, the purchasing power, the value people get out of something, the economy of Uganda is now $106 billion. We are approaching our target of middle class, of middle income status. We are approaching that target, and you will see the figure. I think in the bigger document, the per capita GDP is now $908. To reach the middle income status, you need to go above 1,000 something. If it had not been for the coronavirus that disturbed the last quarter of the last financial year, would have been even nearer. Because before the corona came, the economy was going to grow by 6.something%. Now, if it had done that, now we would be much nearer but in the end, because we lost the last 3 months, from March, April, May, June, 4 months, we are lost. So that's how the economy ended up growing at 3.1%. And that's how we are here. But otherwise, it would have been bigger. Here, I want to congratulate our brother people of Tanzania, President Magufuli and his successors, for achieving the middle income status by Tanzania. We should congratulate them. It was first announced by, I think, IMF, and during the burial of His Excellency Mkapa, I saw the Tanzanian leaders who were there on the TV referring to that. So I'm very happy, and on your behalf, I congratulate our brother Tanzanian people for achieving the middle income status, I think this last financial year. And it's an encouragement for you people to work hard so that we join them. We all get out of this LDC, least developed countries. So because of the growth, although we have not yet got our target of middle income status, because of the growth, the 23 times growth of the economy in size, as a consequence of that, the problem of the acute shortages of salt, sugar, soap, etc. of 1986 has now been replaced with the problem of surpluses of sugar and sugarcane, milk and milk products, maize, bananas, cassava, a host of industrial products, etc. So, 1986, the problem was shortages. Ebola ly'ebintu. Now, the problem now is surpluses, ekyengera, and market for these products. The two documents, my statement, this one here, which is in a booklet form, and the manifesto later, because the manifesto committee is working on the manifesto, show how the NRM will handle this happy new problem, in quotes. Because people are really seeing the problem. Ntikasoli ayitiridde. Amata gatuyitiriddeko. Yes, that's good. That's good. That's good. It is a challenge, but it's a good one. It's a much better one than the one of 1986 of shortages. In reality, this is not a problem, but an opportunity. The NRM will, indeed we have already started, expand and deepen industrialization by producing the full range of the primary and secondary industrial products that are economically viable, such as starch, cooking gas, and industrial alcohol out of maize, or industrial sugar out of chai sugar. Because of the backwardness we have been in, we only know that from maize you get kawunga. And we end there. Now, the maize is too much now because our people have woken up. And the kawunga, which is needed, is no longer enough to consume all the maize grain in Peke. The maize grain are more than what you need for the kawunga, which the Ugandans are eating. But there are other products from maize, which we are still, okusaka, which we are still buying from outside. One of them is animal feeds. Emmere y'enkoko, emmere y'embizi. This we are still buying from outside, from Kenya. So, these youth groups, I've already started mobilizing the youth groups to produce animal feeds from maize, so that there's no question of importing animal feeds. So all the kawunga, all the animal feeds will be made here. But that's not all we shall get from maize. Because kawunga, animal feeds, those are called industrial. This is the booklet. The booklet is like this. Kawunga, animal feed are called primary industrial products. Ebiva mukasoli ebisokerwako awo tubadde tukomaawo ffe tubadde tukoma kawunga omusoga akoba nti ebindi tubadde tutabiidi. We didn't know, just we were ending at kawunga, maize flour. Even animal feed, we were still importing from Kenya. But we are now telling you, the NRM is now telling you that, okay, first of all, broaden all the products, all the primary products you get from maize, broaden. Ebisokera kwa byonna soko bimaleyo. But again, also for the secondary industrial products, not just the primary, but also the secondary. And what are the secondary? Starch. Get starch out of the maize. So that we use the starch to make tablets. Quality Chemicals, our medicine company in Jinja, in Ruzira, our chemical, our medicine company in Ruzira is still importing starch to make tablets from India and from China. And here we are crying that there is too much maize. Yes, there is now enough maize for making kawunga, making animal feeds, also making industrial grade starch for the tablets, so that we don't import starch for Mpeke, Zedagara from outside. I'm very happy. I can hardly sleep because of happiness. I hear that some people are very worried, but me, I'm very, very happy. Because now, I couldn't bring investors to make starch when there was not enough maize, even for kawunga. Where would they get the maize from? Now we have enough maize for kawunga, for animal feed, then also for starch. But also, we can get our people in Noya. There's a place called Noya. I don't know if you have heard of it. It is somewhere on the map of Uganda if you have never heard of it. There's even somebody here from there. There's a man called Todwong. There is a company there. There is a company there which is making cooking gas out of starch. Out of starch. But this one is out of cassava. Yeah. So instead of my bazukuru going to Ukutiabe collecting firewood, we shall now be cooking using gas from either cassava or even from maize, which you put in sigils of gas. Then we have an industrial alcohol. When some of the religious people had alcohol, they thought it was omwenge. No, don't worry. When we say industrial alcohol, please, we are talking about a chemical. It's a chemical. Don't worry about it. I'm an enemy of alcohol, but I'm the one who is promoting it for promoting industrial alcohol. And industrial alcohol is very strong. It's not like this alcohol for drinking. It's much stronger. Then we come to sugar. When you hear our sugar people saying, "Ebikado kamara, sukari nyingi kamara," yes, this is very good. We are now producing 500,000 tons of sugar, brown sugar. This is the primary product from avocado. This is now sukari for chai, for drinking. But we are importing 83,000 tons of refined sugar, what they call industrial grade sugar, from outside for Coca-Cola to use. Coca-Cola is here. But Rwanda, they demand from us, give us industrial sugar. If you talk about Ntezirawo, we say the sugar is not there. The industrial sugar which they want. Because they heard that we are producing sugar. So when they come and say, "Oh, but we heard that we are producing sugar. You give us sugar to make Coca-Cola." So, for us we are only making for chai. So they say, "Okay, what do we do? Let us import." So these people are now importing sugar, industrial sugar, valued at $40 million. And here we are crying, there is no market for sugar. To get 70 tons of industrial sugar, you need 100 tons of the other chai sugar. Yeah. So to get 83,000 tons of industrial sugar, you will have to use what we call now a surplus, because now we are producing 500,000 tons. We are consuming 380,000. So the surplus, which is killing us, we are now, people can't sleep, can't do what, is 120,000. And by making for industrial sugar, all this 120 will disappear. And we shall be able to sell to also other African countries. So that's what I mean, therefore, in this document, when I say one of the answers to the Chengera, to the Omweru, Banyankole call it Omweru, when things are in plenty, is broaden the primary industrial products. If you have only been producing kawunga, add animal feed, because that is all part of the primary. industrial products, but also deepen, do other things. Go to the second line of industrial products. Industrial sugar is used for Coca-Cola, while the chai sugar cannot be used for that purpose. You need to further refine the chai sugar in order to get the Coca-Cola sugar, which is what we call the industrial sugar. We are now crying about too much chai sugar when, as I've already said, we are spending $40 million to import Coca-Cola sugar. This, as I said, is being cured by Mayuge Sugar importing machinery to produce industrial sugar. So, that is solution number one about the Chengera, the surplus. When people are saying there is no cartel, no, the cartel is there, but we need to, the market, we need to do one or two things. In order to access markets, i.e. African markets, and even global markets, our industrial products, primary or secondary, must be competitive in price, quality, and safety. That's common sense. Price, quality, and safety. It is not reasonable or realistic for Ugandans to think that anybody in Africa or elsewhere will buy sugar that is more expensive than the sugar they can buy from somewhere else. It's not common sense. The NRM government will help the producers by bringing down the cost of electricity. In this document here, the bigger one, the booklet, you will read what we are going to do about the price of electricity. The price of electricity should be down by now, but we have got two problems. One is Bujagari. It is the one which is producing, which is distorting our sugar, our electricity price. And the other one is Umeme. Umeme, that contract of Umeme. Everything is here in detail. So, we shall help the NRM government will help the producers by bringing down the cost of electricity, the cost of transport, and the cost of money for borrowing for industries and for agriculture. The details are in the statement here. The other target in the statement is the struggle against the phenomenon of cholera echida kyonka. Teach me each keken. That was still imprisoning 68% of the homesteads according to the 2014 census. You know, it's now, for me, it is 61 years, because I started this battle of Okore Chida Kyonka when I was still in Mbara High School in 1959 for my Ntungamo groups at the local level. When I came into government here, I started telling you about this in 1995, after I had experimented with the area around Rwakitura. So, but people don't listen. They are being misled by so many cooks. So many cooks spoil the broth. And minyingi tukuruzo bushera. When you are making porridge, if too many times will spoil it. Somebody says put more water, another one says the water is too much, another one says put more fire, the other one says the fire is too much. So the NRM has been advising you about Okore Chida, which was still imprisoning 68% of the homesteads according to the 2014 census. People just living without earning income, just only producing for eating. Okore Chida Chonka. This is Rugwere. I like the Bantu dialects are very close. Abanyankore Okorenda Yonka, the Banyoro Okorenda Yonka, the same. Abaganda Okoro Rubuto Woka. But I like the Wagwere version because they call the stomach a chida. I love it really. I can't because chida in Runyankuru is big stomach. That you are working for the big stomach. With the efforts we have vigorously pushed, I'm beginning to hear of improvements in the districts as follows. The campaign, 2014, the households in Okore Chida Chonka were 68% overall. But by that time, we had already launched Operation Wealth Creation, which was adding on NADs, which was adding on other area efforts like my tour of 1995. Now, because of these campaigns, I now hear that the homesteads in Mitiana that are still Okore Chida Chonka are 60% instead of 68%. They are saying that Chulhura, the homesteads who are still working for Chida Chonka, are 40%. In Toroko, they are saying they are 58%. Mukono, 60%. Jinja, 42%. Karangara, 26%. Karangara has moved because of the palm oil. People have got out of Okore Chida Chonka to working for a chida and money. Now, you remember the main problem people are talking about now is that there is a lot of maize, but there is no market. And that's what I'm answering here. I've already told you how we shall answer this by broadening and deepening the industrialization. But this so-called Chida Chonka is also part of the paralyzing the market. You can't buy when you don't have money. And you don't have money because you don't work for it. You do things which don't bring you money. You are not Okore Chida Chonka. You are not working for money, so you don't have money. Because you don't have money, you don't buy. And because you don't buy, you underconsume. And because you underconsume, you say there is no Qatari. The Qatari is there, but it is suppressed. It is on you. You are the Qatari. So, we are now advising you that please, in order to broaden the Qatari, let everybody work for money. And when everybody works for money, people will have money in their pockets, and then they will buy. They will buy what they don't buy now. By dealing with the problem of Okore Chida Chonka, we shall solve two problems at a go. The problem of moneylessness People say Ugandans are poor. When I was growing up, people whom I knew, like members of my family, they were not really poor. You could say they were moneyless. They didn't have money, but they had wealth. They had cows, they had land. How can you say somebody with wealth and land is poor? The only thing you can say is that he's moneyless. He doesn't have money. Yeah. By dealing with the problem of Okole Chidachonka, we shall solve two problems at a go. The problem of moneylessness, obwero bwa sente, chan me sente, poverty of money in the homesteads, and also deal with the purchasing power of the population. So we are solving two problems. We are solving the problem of poverty because of lack of money, and also we are solving the problem of the purchasing power of the population. Why should you go to look for external markets when there is a market here which you have refused to develop, which is yourself? Because you are a market, I am a market. If I don't develop my ability to buy, why should I expect others to buy my products? The Ugandans are still under-consuming because of lack of money. Lack of money because they are not engaged in money-making activities, or if they are doing so without a chibaro, without chura, studying the economics of the activity. When all the homesteads get involved in Okoro Sente, teach me Sente, working for money with the chibaro, the purchasing power will go up. Instead of buying only 62 liters of milk per annum per person, Ugandans will drink the WHO recommended amount of 210 liters of milk per capita per annum. People are now drinking only 62 liters per person a year because they don't have money to buy. Or the ones who have don't also have the information. But WHO says in order for you to keep your teeth in your mouth, in order for you not to have your bones break, you need to drink 210 liters of milk per year. If Ugandans were drinking this, there would be no surplus of milk in Uganda. There would be a big shortage. We are now saying there's a big surplus because at 2.6 billion liters. But to feed this, you need 12 billion liters. With the textiles, Ugandans are consuming 2 meters per person per annum, instead of 7 meters per person per annum. That is regarded as adequate, where children do not have to share blankets, to share sheets, or sleep on beds without bed sheets. If we are buying enough textiles for, like the rich people do, bed sheets, blanket for each child, they don't have to share. They have sheets for washing and then you change. You don't sleep on the same bed sheets for I don't know how long. The global consumption of health, use. You know, these economies of yours, they say you consume textile. Don't go and eat cloth and you say the economist told you to eat it. By consuming, they mean you use. Each person should be using 7 meters of textiles in a year. But we are now using only 2. Why? Because we don't have money to buy all the textiles we need. So therefore, part of deepening the market for textiles, for cotton, is to deepen the purchasing power. Therefore, part of the lack of Qatari market is caused by the low purchasing power of Ugandans, which itself comes out of not working for money in the four sectors of commercial agriculture, industry, services, and ICT, and doing so with the Chibaro. The documents, the manifesto, and this one, also bring out the fact that given the huge achievements we have gained in health and education, we are now beginning to harvest from the knowledge-based economy. This is where our scientists use their knowledge to make products, vehicles, agro-products, medicines, vaccines, computer solutions, and other knowledge-based products. We are stopping, for instance, we are going to stop, for instance, the importation of ready-made buses, and we shall work not to accept the concept of assembling buses and other vehicles here. Our scientists and some of the investors have capacity to fabricate these products locally. In the same way, we have capacity to make other products, medicines, vaccines, etc. This is a new form of wealth for Uganda, the wealth from knowledge. It is no longer just the wealth of coffee, of cattle, of cotton. It is now wealth produced by the brain. Fortunately, Uganda has everything. The wealth based on natural resources and the wealth based on the human resource. So we have both. A country like Japan has got only one. They don't have minerals. I point out this here in this document here. They don't have minerals, they don't have oil, they don't even have agriculture. The only thing they have are the people. And the people who are educated and skilled produce all the Japanese cars which you are all driving here. And that is the wealth of the Japanese. Now, Ugandans have both the natural resources and the human resources. Yeah. In order to deal with the issue of the market structurally, and also the destiny of the African people, the NRM and its precursors, those groups which went before the NRM, have supported the economic and political integration of East Africa and Africa, following in the footsteps of Osajjefo Nkrumah and Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. The NRM salutes the efforts of economic integration in Africa, like EAC, East African Community, COMESA, ECOWAS, CFTA. However, it is not correct that most of the post-colonial leaders of Africa, with the exception of Mwalimu Nyerere and Sheikh Abed Karume, who formed Tanzania by uniting Tanganyika and Zanzibar, have created a Latin America in Africa instead of creating a United States of Africa in Africa, which was the vision of Osajjefo Nkrumah and Mwalimu Nyerere. In this booklet, I give details of how I think, this is my view, that Africa is becoming a Latin America in Africa. instead of being a United States of Africa in Africa. I'm glad I put it in writing, because that's what I have felt for the last 60 years. And in this booklet, I show why. Why do I say that? I'm very happy that the East African leaders agreed to the Confederation of East Africa. The NRM will continue to work with the other East Africans on this historical mission. So, if you are talking about market, because remember, the 1986, the problem was shortages. Now, the problem is surpluses. So, my job here is to tell you that the way to solve these surpluses is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the East African Federation is one of them. Because if we were one federation, in this book you will see why. Because now we say there is no market for sugar. But East Africa has got a deficit of 610,000 tons. And the artificial surplus of Uganda is 120,000 tons. But because of the political different command centers, in spite of this African community, we still have this problem. East Africa is importing sugar. Uganda has surplus sugar, but the surplus sugar is not being bought because of some reasons which you can study. That would not happen if we had an East African Federation. Of course, there are also other issues like the one I said about the price of the Uganda sugar. This document here identifies, because what I'm talking about mainly here has been economic issues. The document identifies 3 social issues that are my priority. These are the stealing of drugs in the health centers, the school charges, school fees for the poor families, and the land evictions by the greedy land grabbers acting illegally moreover. We have got a computer solution for the stealing of drugs that will trace the drugs from the factory through the national medical stores to the health center up to the patient. There's a computer solution which we are going to roll out. So that the computer knows who got the kakerenda. Museveni yafuna kakerenda yali arwadde ki ate atabeerawa muntu oba muzimu, kubanga many of the patients are abazimu, they are ghosts. Uganda is supplying medicine to Congo, to South Sudan. So I congratulate your government, your regional suppliers of the whole region. So we need now to trace this kakerenda from the factory, the medical stores, to the hospital, to the patient. Which patient got this kakerenda? With the Nangamuntu, with his ID card. During the zonal meetings, I left the issue of the school charges to you and the village assemblies. You should advise us. Because whenever I talk about the issue of school fees, some people say, no, school fees are good. They can manage. Basobora. So which is which? Can the poor families afford, or can they not afford? When I held a public meeting at Kehangara in Ibanda, I could hear About 20% were saying, Basobora, Nibabasa, they can. About 80% were saying they cannot. So which is which? Because our mission is to educate our children. We don't want any child to be out of school. Because we want our benefit is everybody to study. It's not money. It's not money. We don't make money from education. We don't make money from health. We don't make money from roads. These are not areas of money. Even electricity, that's what I'm telling you, Bujagari and the other one. This is not a business, a place for money. If you want to make money, build a casino and a night club. People with money, they will come and throw it there. But with schools, with health, with the road, with the railway, the main problem is transformation. It's not money. But some people think that all these are places for money. This is a mistake. We would have moved very far. On the issue, because what they told me at Kaihangara was, some people, Nibawasa, Nibejiza, Ukwejiza in Uganda is Ukwekosa, to pretend. Kwekoza. Ntibasobora, naye bekoza, bekoza. So, which is which now? Owasobora, UP to jail. The state is going to okole obati basobola tuongere mamani abana babana kubasomere bwerere so that nobody drops out of school. On the issue of land evictions, the way is now clear. Justice Bamgemelere has done good documentation of what we knew about the distortions created by colonialism and its agents in the issue of land ownership in Uganda. The cabinet will study this report and produce a white paper. White paper means the government response to the recommendations of a commission of inquiry. I can see, having read Bamugemi's report, that the dawn is near. Emamba enatera okusala bwebagamba mu Luganda, the dawn, emamba, morning, dawn, mambia, okay, mambia enatera okusala. On the issue of party affairs, the document discusses the matter of party funding. The present 3 sources of party funds are discussed. These are monthly contributions by some party leaders, and these are President, Vice President, Speaker, Prime Minister, Members of Parliament, MPs, etc. I contribute 20% of my small salary of 3.6 million every month. Then the second source is the fundraising I do from sympathizers in business, etc. And then the third source, government funding for political parties. Government funding has been inadequate. That is why we had issues of rent, salaries, etc. We have now agreed to increase government spending on the political parties. At the same time, my fundraising efforts will continue. It is through the fundraising that we were able to pay for the ownership of Chadondo Plot 10 by paying US dollars 1.9 million that the owner demanded. On Sunday, the 16th of August 2020, I started the dispatch of 68,000 bicycles to all the village NRM chairpersons. By a combination of the three ways, there are three ways: contributions, government, and fundraising. We shall also get motorcycles for the NRM sub-county chairman and vehicles for the NRM district chairpersons. I have sent to NEC and the National Conference the recommendations of SEC of the persons to hold the positions of chairman, first vice chairman, second national vice chairperson, regional chairman, and also the person to be the presidential flag bearer for the NRM. You need to decide on all those recommendations. Finally, the NRM needs to expunge the politics of careerism and reinstate the politics of mission-led leadership, because people take leadership as a job. This is very, very dangerous. It is not just who, it is first and foremost the what. What is to be done for Uganda's salvation, for Africa's salvation? Once you remind yourself that the what, in the case of NRM, means the four ideological principles, which are patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy, then it is easier for you to decide on the who. Who is it that seems to understand and adhere to the three principles? Do not intimidate people. People were being attacked. Our girl in near Exeter Market, who was containing for youth, was attacked and beaten. The ones who beat him, her, will pay. They will pay for sure. You have absolutely no right. You have absolutely no right to attack me for wanting to vote. You have no right. Those idiots, we shall deal with them. People are playing around. You have no right even to abuse me. You have no right. No right to speak to me rudely. No right, absolutely. I am in my country. I'm in my house. I'm doing my work. I'm exercising my right. You have no right. And you will see what NRM means. We are going to crush those criminals. You have no right. To back at me. Are you feeding me? I'm in my house. I'm just coming to you. You have no right. Any policeman who does not discipline this will go to look after goats. People are attacked when the police is there. What is the police for? This is finished. Anybody who has been playing with that, the game is over. It will not happen again. You will see what we mean. Do not intimidate. Do not assault. Do not insult. Do not bribe me. But persuade by explaining and exhibiting good conduct. It says in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 15, in quotes, "Let your light so shine before men that they see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven." End of quotes. Influence by explanation and good examples, and not by intimidation, not by assaulting, not by insulting, not by manipulating, not by bribing. Anybody who attacks a Ugandan because for any reason, we shall deal with you. Those who attacked our girls in Iseka the other day will pay. Will pay. Or anywhere else. They will pay. I thank you and I wish you successful NEC, National Executive Committee meetings, and the national conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the National Chairman of NRM, for enriching the minds of the Ugandans, but also in a special way for assuring us once again as Ugandans that under your leadership we are secure and we are safe. We want to thank you so much. We also want to thank you for having thought out so well by analyzing the challenges we have, some of which have come because of the success so far registered by NRM, but they've set in new challenges like issues of jobs, but putting up a team to help us draft the manifesto, which is science-led, to lead us, to advise us on how to stimulate development and growth in the country, but focusing more on increasing and enlarging the revenue base of this country. A shift from where we have been making our manifestos on the side of expenditure, but this time you have shifted that it should be on the side of revenue. I want to thank you on behalf of the NRM party. I want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to also introduce part of my team. We have Honorable Chatuheire Jacqueline, the Deputy National Treasurer. We have Dr. Tango Doi, the Chairman Electoral Commission of NRM. We have Senior Counsel Oscar Chihika, the Director Legal Services. Some members of the team are still busy working, but also, Your Excellency, I want to repeat this once again, that most of the members of SEC preferred to go and attend this National Executive Council in the different zones of this country. But allow me bring you apologies from Honorable Matayo Chaligonza, who lost a brother and is attending burial now. He sent his apologies. Your Excellency, it is now the time that we get the recommendation of the NRM Central Executive Committee to NEC. Members of NEC at the different points, we are now on item 4 of the agenda. Secretary General presents SEC recommendations to the National Executive Council. Recommendations of the NRM Executive Committee meeting on the 11th and 12th August 2020 to the National Executive Council. Whereas we, members of the Central Executive Committee, have sat in continuous sessions on the 11th and 12th August 2020 in Entebbe, whereas we have evaluated candidates seeking election of officers of the National Chairman, the first National Vice Chairperson, second National Vice Chairperson female, Vice Chairpersons representing East, Central, North, West, Kampala and Karamoja regions in Uganda, and the NRM presidential candidate. Deeply conscious of our responsibility under the NRM Constitution, we hereby resolve to recommend to the National Executive Council the following candidates for election to the offices of the National Chairperson, first National Vice Chairperson, second National Vice Chairperson female, Vice Chairperson representing East, Central, North, West, Kampala, Karamoja regions of Uganda, and the NRM presidential candidate as indicated in the list below. Number 1, National Chairperson, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Number 2, NRM NRM presidential candidate, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Number 3, First National Vice Chairperson, Alhaji Moses Chigongo. Number 4, Second National Vice Chairperson, the candidates are Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, Mrs. Chazke Deborah Chinobe, Mrs. Amongin Jane Francis Okiri, Honorable Persis Namuganza Princess. Number 5, Vice Chairperson in Northern Region, Dr. Odong Samuel Oledo, Right Honorable Jacob L. Olanya, Honorable Engola Sam, Mr. Joaquin Timothy Oki. 6, Vice Chairperson Karamoja Region, Honorable Alepe Simon Peter, Mr. Lokul Jime Tebanyang. 7, Vice Chairperson Central Region, Haji Chiganda Twaha Sonko, Honorable Chiwanda Godfrey Subi, Mr. Mayengo Moses, Mr. Magaro John, Mr. Kalisa Kalangwa Moses. Number 8, Vice Chairperson Kampala Region, Mr. Amoti Nyakana Godfrey, Mr. Katongole Singh, Mr. Salim Uhuru. 9, Vice Chairperson Eastern Region, Honorable Captain Mike Mukula, Honorable Tana Sanje, Miss Akero Christine Harriet. 10, Vice Chairperson Western Region, Mr. Dean Emmanuel Chisembo, Ambassador Major General Retired Matayo Chaligonza B, Mrs. Chintu Florence Tumwine, Dr. Chris Bariomus, Mr. Kafuda Boaz, Mr. Timugaya Apollo, Mr. Muhanji Wilberforce Vyaboneka. Dated this day, 17th of August 2020, signed His Excellency Yoweri K. Museveni, General Retired, National Chairman, signed Kasule Justin Lumumba, Right Honorable Secretary General. Your Excellency, this is the recommendation from the Central Executive Committee to the National Executive Council. Your Excellency, National Executive Committee is required to pronounce itself on the recommendations of SEC before they are taken to the National Executive, to the National Conference. I want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, sir, to invite you to preside over this exercise as the National Executive Council takes a decision over this matter. Thank you, sir.
Since my name has come for the first two positions, I would want to ask the Vice Chairperson, Sam Ngora. His name is on the list. Oh. So I ask Haji Nadri. Haji Nadri, you bring your chair here and and manage the first two, and then I will come back later.
Thank you, sir. Members of NEC, being that he led the team that went to the countryside to go and liberate this country, part of it to have the rule of law restored and reinforced and entrenched in Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, being a candidate for the national chairperson and also a candidate for the NRM presidential candidate, he has left the chair for the national chairperson to Alhaji Abdu Naduli to preside over as NEC takes a decision on the two offices. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Alhaji Abdu Naduli to put the question on the issue of the national chairperson. But I also want to inform you as members of NEC that we have to go through the whole process even if we have only one name for a particular post. And that is the legal process that we are all required to follow. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Alhaji Abdu Naduli to lead us.
Fellow brothers and sisters, in the creed of NRM, the mighty party, so to follow up the list, as it has been so offered to us, to confirm, as the Christians do say, confirmatio, to those who we are going to baptize it. So, here it is not too hard to mention. His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and NRM presidential candidate, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He is 2 in 1. So therefore,
Alhaji, we first handle one at a time.
One at a time.
Yes, we begin with the national
who
chairperson.
supports this Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, so to stand for our mighty party of NRM as his chairman.
You are going to call up the zones. Honorable Dombo, can we have Mengo? Or can you read which zone is ready? We take a vote. Or can you read which zone is ready? We take a vote. Which zone is that? Can somebody read it here? Help us. Which zone is that on the screen, Dr. Tang? Which zone is that? Can somebody read? That's Kampala. So, Mr. Chairman, can you ask Kampala, Greater Kampala, they're on the screen? Which zone is that on the screen?
Fellow members of Kampala zone, so we are here to confirm.
Chairman, can you ask Kampala, Greater Kampala, they're on the screen?
Fellow members of Kampala zone, so we are here to confirm.
Can you ask Kampala, Greater Kampala, they're on the screen?
Fellow members of Kampala zone, so we are here to confirm. So it could be better when they stand up.
Those Those who support.
For us who are far, to recognize the yes or the no. So it could be better when they stand up. For us who are far, to recognize the yes or the no.
Kampala, Wakiso, and the Rico.
So it could be better when they stand up.
Yeah?
May we really see the don'ts.
So we have Greater Kampala, Kampala Wakiso as one center, but we also have
So
the Historical Leaders Forum as one center, but we also have as an entity of its
so
the Historical Leaders Forum as one center, but we also have as an entity of its
so
the Historical Leaders Forum as one center, but we also have as an entity of
so those who are standing and deliberating, please could you sit and see the don'ts? Yes. Those against, definitely yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, still at Mengo Secondary School. Mr. Chairman, still at Mengo Secondary School,
Definitely yes,
we have the historicals. I suggest, Mr. Chairman, you also put the question to the historicals who are gathered at Mengo Senior Secondary School, where Kampala is also. Mr. Chairman, still at Mengo Secondary School, we have the historicals. I suggest, Mr. Chairman, you also put the question to the historicals who are gathered at Mengo Senior Secondary School, where Kampala is also. Mr. Chairman, still at Mengo Secondary School, we have the historicals. I suggest, Mr. Chairman, you also put the question to the historicals who are gathered at Mengo Senior Secondary School, where Kampala is also.
Those are the historicals, our torchbearers, the founders. They are also giving support. And all our historicals are in the house. We thank them and we congratulate them.
Raise your hands.
Stand up.
And all our historicals are in the house. We thank them and we congratulate them.
Raise your hands.
Then those against.
So those against, for those against, so those against, for those against,
when we connect from here, actually we need to connect
so
camera up to this side. That's what I was telling we connect.
so now the supporters do have it.
The volume, the volume we have, the volume we have.
Mr. Chairman, we move to Greater Masaka.
So now the supporters do have it.
Okay.
No.
Mr. Chairman, we move to Greater Masaka.
Put the question. Put the question.
So now we are turning to Masaka. Those in favor for the question of His Excellency the General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as the candidate say yes, and those against say no. For those who say yes, can you stand up and then identify by yourselves? Yes. So you sit down.
Here, via NBS, then coming back.
Okay.
So plus first sit, and then we observe. So sit down. Thank you very much. For those who say no, should come up and then we see them. Nay. The yes do have it.
Mpiji.
But this is the secretariat. Use this tomorrow. Presiding over a vote. This is a resolution. Use it tomorrow.
Greater Mpiji.
And the question.
Is it me to send the question or either?
Greater Mpiji, you put the question, Mr. Chairman.
Now we are in Greater Mpiji. So we'd like to know and see your support of His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to the chairmanship of a national chairman.
The chairman of a national chairman.
And for those who are against, say no.
First tell them to sit, Mr. Chairman.
So, you the first ones, you said yes already, you have to sit down and then observe the others. You the first ones, you said yes already, you have to sit down and then observe the others. So, you the first ones, you said yes already. Those who do say no, now stand on the floor and then we observe. So now, I have to declare that those who do say no, now the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, we now move to Upper West Nile.
So now, I have to declare that those who do say
and they are seated in Koboko.
the yes do have it.
Can we have Koboko?
We now move to Upper West Nile. And they are seated in Koboko.
So now we have recognized your jubilation. So now you wait and listen for us, pay us your attention.
Koboko, can you wait for the question from the chairperson?
So now you wait and listen for us, pay us your attention.
Koboko, can you wait for the question from the chairperson?
So now you wait and listen to us, pay us your attention.
Mr. Chairman, you put the
Koboko,
question.
can you wait for the question from the chairperson?
So now you wait and listen to us, pay us your attention.
Mr. Chairman, you put
Koboko, can you wait for the
So-
question from the chairperson?
So the chairman over there, West Nile, can you assist to cool down those so that the motion may go ahead?
You go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
So the chairman over there, Those West Nile, can you assist in favor, do say the yes. motion may go ahead.
For which post, Mr. Chairman? For national
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Those against say no. Do say yes. Those against say. Those against say no. Do say yes. Those against say. Okay. Those.
Greater Mubende,
So now.
and they are gathered in Mitiana.
Powers to declare that the yes do have
Was
it.
it? We've finished. That was Lower West Nile. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we are supposed to have Greater Mubende,
So now,
and they are gathered in Mitiana.
powers to declare that the yes do have
Was
it.
it? We've finished. That was Lower West Nile. Yeah.
Can we have Mitiana, Greater Mubende?
Greater Mubende, and they are gathered in Mitiana.
Powers to declare that the yes do have it.
We've finished. That was Lower West Nile. Yeah.
Can we have Mitiana, Greater Mubende?
Mitiana,
Can we have Mitiana?
Greater Mitiana, Greater Mitiana, Greater Mubende.
Those in favor, So let us go ahead. Those for the national chairman say yes. So let us go ahead. Those for the national chairman say yes.
Yeah.
Those against say no. Those for the national chairman say yes. So the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next we go to Sebei Sub-Region. Sebei Sub-Region, and they are gathered at Sebei College, Tegres in Kapchorwa. Mr. Chairman, next we go to Sebei Sub-Region. Sebei Sub-Region, and they are gathered at Sebei College, Tegres in Kapchorwa. Mr. Chairman, next we go to Sebei Sub-Region. Sebei Sub-Region, and they are gathered at Sebei College, Tegres in Kapchorwa.
Yeah. Oye! Oye! Juu! Juu! Let us go ahead. For those who do say, let us go ahead. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency, for the national chairman, say yes. For the national chairman, say yes.
Yes!
For the national chairman, say yes.
Yes!
Those against, say no. So those against say no. So yes, do have it. So against say no.
Mr. Chairman, next is Ankole Sub-Region.
So yes, do have it.
Ankole Sub-Region in Imbarara. Ankole Sub-Region. Mr. Chairman, next is Ankole Sub-Region in Imbarara. Ankole Sub-Region in Imbarara. Ankole Sub-Region. Mr. Chairman, next is Ankole Sub-Region in Imbarara.
Could the chairman over there, could the chairman over there assist us to let the motion go on? Fellow members, could the chairman over there, assist us to let the motion go on? Fellow members, the chairman over there, assist us
so the motion go on. Fellow members, the chairman over there assists us. So the motion go on. Fellow members,
those in favor of His Excellency the President for the National Chairman of NRM, say yes. Those in favor of His Excellency the President for the National Chairman of NRM, say yes. His Excellency the President for the National Chairman of NRM, say yes. For those against, say no. His Excellency the President for the National Chairman of NRM, say yes. Say no. So, therefore, the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is the Teso Sub-Region. Teso Sub-Region and they are in Soroti.
The yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next.
For the instructions. Let's wait for the instructions across.
Over there, could you assist us?
Can we now
make the motion goes on?
Let's wait for the instructions across.
Chairman NRM Soroti, can you?
Over there, could you assist us?
Can we now
make the motion goes on?
Let's wait for the instructions across.
Chairman NRM Soroti, can you?
Over there, could you assist us?
Can we now
make the motion goes on?
Let's wait for the instructions across.
Chairman NRM.
The question reads as follows. Those who in support of His Excellency the Head General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the national chairperson of NRM, say yes. Those who in support of His Excellency the Head General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the those against, say no. Those against, say no. So therefore I have to declare that the yes do have it. Against, say no. The second question is, so therefore I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Yes.
Say no.
The second question is, so therefore I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Next is Arua.
The second question
Is it Chankwanzi first or Arua?
therefore I have to declare
Doctor, is it Chankwanzi first or Arua? Chankwanzi.
Next is Chankwanzi. Next is Arua. No, let's have Chankwanzi first.
Is it
Chankwanzi.
Chankwanzi first or Arua?
Next is Chankwanzi. Next is Arua. No, let's have Chankwanzi first. Chankwanzi, are you there? Nankabirwa Anna. Next is Arua. No, let's have Chankwanzi first. Mr. Chairman, you put the question. Chankwanzi, are you there? Nankabirwa Anna.
The question stands as follows.
Mr. Chairman, you put the question.
You're saying yes.
Are you there? Nankabirwa Anna.
Fellow members gathered there, stands as follows. The question is on your table. As it says, those in favor of His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the national chairman of NRM, say yes. Those in favor of the national chairman of NRM, say yes. Yes. Say yes. Those in favor of NRM, say yes. Yes. Those against, say no. No. So, therefore, I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Arua.
So, therefore, I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Arua.
So, therefore, I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Arua.
The question is on your table. Those are, the question is on your table. Says those who are in support of His Excellency the President for the national chairman of NRM do say yes. Say those who are in support of His Excellency the President for the national chairman of NRM do say yes. Those who are the President for the national chairman of NRM do say yes. Against Yoweri Museveni for the president, for the chairmanship of NR national chairman, say no. Yoweri Museveni for the president, for the chairmanship of NR national chairman, say no. The silence means yes. The yes do have it. For the chairmanship of NR national chairman, say no. The silence means yes. The yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mbale, Bugisu Sub-Region. Mbale.
The silence means yes. The yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mbale, Bugisu Sub-Region. Mbale.
The silence means yes. The yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mbale, Bugisu Sub-Region. Mbale.
The silence means yes. The yes. Members of the delegation gathered in Mbale sub-region, the question reads, members of the delegation gathered in Mbale sub-region, the question reads, those who are in support of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the chairmanship of the national chairmanship of NRM do say yes. Those who are in support of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for the chairmanship of the national chairmanship of NRM do say yes. For the chairmanship of the national chairmanship of NRM do say yes. Those stand as against say no. Those stand as against say no. No. Do have it. Those stand as against say no. No. Do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Nakasongola. Nakasongola, where we have Nakasongola and Nakaseke district at Kakoge Senior Secondary School. Can we have Nakasongola? Next is Nakasongola. Nakasongola, where we have Nakasongola and Nakaseke district at Kakoge Senior Secondary School. Can we have Nakasongola? Next is Nakasongola.
Members of the delegates gathered at Nakasongola district, the question is before you now. It reads, members of the delegates gathered at Nakasongola district, the question is before you now. It reads, those in favor of His Excellency the President to be the national chairman of NRM say yes. It reads, Next, for those who do say Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the president, is not fit for the chairmanship of NRM, national chairman, say no. Therefore, I have the honor to say that the yes do have it. Therefore, I have the honor to say that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have Moyo.
Therefore, I have the honor to say that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have Moyo.
Therefore,
and they are gathered at Aquinas.
that the yes do have it.
Moyo.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have Moyo.
Therefore,
and they are gathered at Aquinas.
that the yes do have it.
Moyo.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have Moyo.
And they are gathered at Aquinas.
Delegation
Moyo.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have
gathered at Moyo.
And they are gathered at Aquinas.
Delegation
Moyo.
Mr. Chairman, next we are supposed to have
gathered at Moyo. So now the question is on the table.
And they are gathered at Aquinas.
The question is
Moyo.
gathered at Moyo. So now the question is on the table. The question is those in favor of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President, for the national chairmanship of NRM, do say yes. So now, those who do say no, no, sound. So now, those who do say no, no, sound. So now, those who do say no, no, sound. So now, those who do say no, no, sound. Silence means yes. I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is
Silence means yes. I have to declare that the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Ajumani. Mr. Chairman, next is
Silence means yes.
Ajumani District.
That the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Ajumani. Mr. Chairman, next is
Silence means yes.
Ajumani District.
The yes do
Mr. Chairman, next is Ajumani. Mr. Chairman, next is Ajumani District. Mr. Chairman, next is Ajumani.
Members of the delegation gathered at Ajumani.
Ajumani District.
So the question is before you. Members of the delegation gathered at Ajumani. So the question is before you. Those in favor of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to be the national chairman of NRM, say yes. Those against Kaguta Museveni as the national chairman of NRM, say no. Those against Kaguta Museveni as the national chairman of NRM, say no. So those so the yes do have it. Those so the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mukono. Mukono, Greater Mukono, where we have Mukono and Buvuma.
So the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mukono. Mukono, Greater Mukono, where we have Mukono and Buvuma. Mr. Chairman, next is Mukono. Mukono, Greater Mukono, where we have Mukono and Buvuma.
Members gathered at Mukono, the Greater Mukono. So now the question is before you. Those in favor of YK7 for the national chairman, say yes. Yes. Those against YK7 for the national chairman, say no. Those against YK7 for the national chairman, say no. So the answer is the yes do have it. So the answer is the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Kabarole. But in Kabarole, which is Rwenzori sub-region, the districts gathered are Kasese, Kamwenge, Kabarole, Ntoloko, Bundibujo, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Bunyangabo, Kitagwenda. Kasese, Kamwenge, Kabarole, Ntoloko, Bundibujo, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Bunyangabo, Kitagwenda. Mr. Chairman. Kasese, Kamwenge, Kabarole, Ntoloko, Bundibujo, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Bunyangabo, Kitagwenda.
Members of the Rwenzori sub-region, the question is before you. Members of the Rwenzori sub-region, the question is before you. For those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. Those against, say no. Say no. Therefore, the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Luwero District. Luwero District. Mr. Chairman, next is Luwero District.
Members of the delegation gathered at Luwero.
Let's first get Luwero. It has come on. Luwero District. Mr. Chairman, next is Luwero.
So the question is before you. Members of the delegation gathered at Luwero.
Let's first get Luwero. It has come on. Luwero District.
So the question reads, those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. So the question reads, those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. Yes. For those against YKM7 for national chairman, say no. For those against YKM7 for national chairman, say no. Therefore, the yes do have it. Therefore, the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Amul. Amul District.
Therefore, the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Amul. Amul District. Mr. Chairman, next is Amul. Amul District. Mr. Chairman, next is Amul. Amul District.
Members of the delegation seated at Amur district, the question is before you, which reads, for those in favor of YCAM7 for national chairman, say yes.
Yes.
Those against YCAM7 for national chairman, say no. Those against YCAM7 for national chairman, say no. So therefore the answer is the yes do have it. Against YCAM7 for national chairman, say no. So therefore the answer is the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Ginger, and the districts gathered under the Ginger sub, it is Busoga sub-region, where we have the districts of Ginger, Mayuge, Iganga, Bugweri, Kamuli, Luuka, Buyende, Kaliro, Namutumba, Bujiri, Namayingo. Iganga, Bugweri, Kamuli, Luuka, Buyende, Kaliro, Namutumba, Bujiri, Namayingo.
Members of the delegation gathered at Jinja, the question is already before you, which reads, those in favor of YCAM7 for national chairman, say yes. The question is already before you. For those against, say no. For those against, say no. So the answer is the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Karamoja region. Karamoja region, we have the districts of Moroto, Nakapiripirit, Amudat, Napak, Abim, Kabong, Karenga, Nabiratuk, Kotido. And they are gathered at the NRM offices in Moroto district, in Moroto municipality.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at Karamoja, especially at Moroto. The question is before you now. Members of NRM delegates gathered at Karamoja, especially at Moroto. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. Yes. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman, say yes. Yes. For those against, say no. For those against, say no. So the answer says the yes do have it. For those against, say no. So the answer says the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Buyikwe district. Buyikwe district, and they are at the NRM offices in Buyikwe.
Yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Buyikwe district. Buyikwe district, and they are at the NRM offices in Buyikwe. Mr. Chairman, next is Buyikwe district.
Members of the NRM delegates seated at Buyikwe NRM office. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for national chairman, say yes. Seated at Buyikwe NRM office. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for national chairman, say yes. Yes. For those against, say no. So therefore the answer is Those in favor do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Gulu, where we have Acholi sub-region, and the districts are Chitugum, Lamu, Gulu, Nwaya, Padel, Omor, Agago. And they are gathered at Gulu St. Monica Girls Tailoring School.
Members gathered at Gulu St. Monica. So the question is before you now, reads, those in favor of YKM7 for national chairman say yes. So the question is before you now, reads, those in favor of YKM7 for national chairman say yes.
Yes! Yes!
Those against say no. So now the answer is the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Leader. Lango sub-region, the districts gathered are Kole, Lira, Otuke, Amuratal, Aleptong, Dokolo, Kwania, Oyam, and Apache.
Yo Waling. Yo Waling. Yo Waling.
Members of NRM delegates seated at Lira, now the question is before you. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman of NRM say yes. Those against say no. So the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Kayunga District.
Members of NRM delegates seated at Kayunga District, the question is before you. Reads, those in favor of YKM7 for National Chairman NRM say yes. National Chairman NRM say yes.
Yes! Tajagenda, tajagenda. Tajagenda, tajagenda. What did it say?
For those against, say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Bunyoro sub-region, where we have the districts of Hoima, Chivale, Masindi, Bulisa, Kiriandongo, Chikube, Kakumiro, Kagadi, and they are gathered at Chitara Secondary School in Hoima.
Come closer.
Brothers and sisters of the Bunyoro sub-region, delegates gathered at Hoima, the question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman of NRM say yes. Those against say no. Therefore, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Tororo District. Mr. Chairman,
fellow members of NRM delegates gathered at Tororo. So the question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for the national chairman NRM say yes. No. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Lower West Nile, where we have Pakwachi, Zombo, Madiokolo, and they are gathered at Nebi Town Secondary School.
Members of delegates gathered there at Lower West Nile. The question is before you. Those in favor of YKM 7 for national chairman of NRM, say yes. Against, say no. So therefore the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, who is that one? We're supposed to have Nebi. This is what? We have finished. This is Tororo. They have finished. Can we have Zombo? Nebi. The Tororo people have refused to leave the screen, stubborn as always. Can we have Zombo? Zombo. Mr. Chairman, we now have Zombo district.
Members of the delegation of NRM gathered as Zombo. The question before you reads, those in favor of YKM 7 for national chairman NRM, say yes. Those against, say no. So now, yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Kabale, where we have Kigezi sub-region, and the districts gathered are Kabale, Kisoro, Kanungu, Lukungiri, Lubanda, and Ruchiga. They are gathered at Chiringime Guest House in Kabale.
May I set off?
Yes.
Members of NRM delegates
Doctor.
seated at Kabale sub-region, the question is before you, which reads, those in favor of YKM 7 for National Chairman NRM say yes. Those in favor of YKM 7 for National Chairman NRM say yes. Those in favor of YKM 7 for National Chairman NRM, the I do have it.
Doctor, you've not done
I do have it.
as a region. As a region. Those remaining are Sotera, Bukedi, Busia.
IT team, can you connect us to those remaining? We have Chotera district, Busia district, and Bukedi as a sub-region. Busia, can we have Busia? Busia.
A copy.
Busia district, and they are gathered at the NRM offices in Busia.
Members of the NRM delegates gathered at Busia. So the question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM 7 for National Chairman of NRM say yes.
Not yet. I'm trying to contact
Put also the one who say no.
Those against say no.
He has not announced.
You finished. Next is Buked sub-region, and under Buked we have Butaleja, Palisa, Chibuku, Budaka, and Butebu district, and they are gathered at Budaka district headquarters. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we are trying to connect to Chotera and Buked, but I suggest, Mr. Chairman, we now move to the next post. When they get connected, we shall get back to them and you put the question to them, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, next is the National Resistance Movement presidential candidate. Mr. Chairman, next is the presidential candidate. Who do we begin with, Member? IT, Honorable Dombo, can we have Kampala gathered at Mengo, Kampala? Kampala for the presidential candidate. Mr. Chairman, we have Kampala for the presidential candidate.
Members of NRM, delegates gathered at Kampala, the question is before you now.
Mr. Chairman, the first question is going to Machindye, Kampala Central, Nakawa, Rubaga, Kawempe, and Wakiso.
Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer of NRM, say yes. Those against, say yeah.
We don't have any against. We are unanimous in our support to the candidature of our chairman.
I have to declare that the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, still at Mengo Senior Secondary School, we have the historicals. Honorable Mike Sebalu, can we have the historicals?
Historicals, can you be upstanding to show your support? Camera, please. Historicals, can you be upstanding to show your support? Camera, please.
Put the question, Mr. Put the
Those
question
are the historicals, very supportive ever.
The historicals gathered at Mengo. So the question is at the table. So those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer of NRM, say yes.
There they go, as usual, very supportive.
No.
There they go, as usual, very supportive.
No.
There they go, as usual, very supportive.
So now, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Greater Masaka. The districts gathered are Masaka, Lwengo, Bukomansimbi, Kalangala, Lyantonde, Sembabule, and Rakai.
Members of NRM delegates seated at Masaka, comprising for the many districts read. The question is before you. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Comprising for the many districts read. The question is before you. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Yes. For those of no, say no. Therefore, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, have you ruled? You have ruled? Have you ruled? Okay. Mr. Chairman, next is Mitiana, Greater Mubende. We have Mitiana, Mubende, Kasanda, Chiboga, and Chiboga, and they are gathered at Mitiana Brovet Institute.
Members of NRM delegates from the greater Mubende region, sub-region, gathered at Mitiana. The question now is before you, which reads, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Those against, say no. The I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Soroti, Teso sub-region, where we have the districts gathered are Bukedea, Serere, Ngora, Karaki, Kaperebiong, Soroti, Kumi, Amuria, Kaberamaido, and Katakwi.
Members of the Greater Teso sub-region gathered in Teso. Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer of NRM say yes. So those against say no. So therefore, I do have it.
No change.
Mr. Chairman, next is Greater Mpigi, and under Greater Mpigi we have Mpigi, Butambala, and Gomba.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at.
Wait, let them bring the Mpigi, Greater Mpigi. Greater Mpigi.
Members of the NRM from Greater Mpigi at Mpigi. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. At Mpigi, the question is before you now. Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. So therefore the I do have it. So therefore the I.
Mr. Chairman, next is Upper West Nile, where we have the districts of Koboko, Yumbe, Obongi, Terego, and Maracha, and they are gathered at Koboko.
Members read in the Upper West Nile, delegates. So the question is before you, which reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and those against say no. Say no. The I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Rwenzori sub-region, where we have Kasese, Kamwenge, Kabarore, Ntoroko, Bundibujo, Chenjojo, Chegegwa, Bunyangabo, Chitagwenda, and they are gathered at Kabarole.
Members of the delegation of NRM gathered at Kasese. The question is before you.
Gathered at Kabarole.
Gathered at Kabarole. Those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Yes. Those against say no. Those against say no. Therefore, the I do have it.
Honorable Dombo and Medina, Hajati Medina Naham, send messages to the different zones for people to wait because the exercise is still on until we get the final resolution. Next is Ajumani district. Ajumani district, and they are gathered at the district headquarters. Ajumani. Ajumani district, and they are gathered at the district headquarters. Ajumani.
Yes.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at Ajumani district. The question is before you. Reads, those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and those against say no. Those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Yes. Say no. Yes. For presidential flag bearer say yes. So, therefore, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Amul. Next is Amul district.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Amur. So the question is before you, which reads, those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and for those against say no. Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Amur. So the question is before you, which reads, those in favor of YCAM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes.
Yes.
And for those against say no. So therefore the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Ankole sub-region, where we have the following districts: Mbarara, Chiruhura, Ibanda, Buhweju, Bushenyi, Lubirizi, Mitoma, Shema, Isinjiro, Ntungamo, and they are gathered in Mbarara. Lubirizi, Mitoma, Shema, Isinjiro, Ntungamo, and they are gathered in Mbarara.
Canary.
Members of NRM of Greater Ankole gathered at Mbarara. So the question is before you now. Reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. So the question is before and you for now. Those against say no. Reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. And for those against say no. Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Therefore, the I do have it. Therefore, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Moyo District.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at Moyo District. The question is before you now. Reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Those in against say no. For presidential flag bearer, say yes. Yes! No yes! Yes! So therefore the I do have it.
Next is Ruwero. Next is Ruwero. Next is Ruwero.
Ruwero. Honorable Minister.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at Ruwero in Ruwero District. The question is before you, which reads, Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. And those against say no. Which reads, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes.
Yes.
And those against say no. Which reads, those in favor. Therefore, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Arua. Arua.
Members of NRM from Arua, delegates gathered at Moyo, Arua. The question is before you is, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. The question is before you is, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. The question is before you is, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer. Those against say no, and the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Sebei Sub-Region, districts of Bukwa, Kweni, and Kapchorwa, and they are gathered in Kapchorwa. Mr. Chairman, next is Sebei Sub-Region, districts of Bukwa,
Members of the NRM delegates gathered at Sebei's sub-region. So the question before you is, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and for those against say no. The I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Lira and the districts gathered. This is the Lango sub-region. The districts gathered are Kole, Lira, Otuke, Amorotal, Aleptong, Dokol, Kwania, Oyam, Apache, and they are gathered in Lira.
Members of NRM delegation gathered at Lira. The question before you reads, those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and those against say no. Those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. So therefore the aye do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Moroto, Karamoja region, where we have the districts of Moroto, Nakapiripirit, Amudat, Napak, Abim, Kabong, Karenga, Nabiratuk, Kotido, and they are gathered at the NRM offices in Moroto municipality.
Members of NRM in Karamoja gathered at Moroto. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Those against say no. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Yes. Say no. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. So therefore, the aye do have it.
Next is Chotera district. Mr. Chairman, we are going to take a vote in Chotera for both posts. Let's begin with the national chairman, then now take a vote also for the presidential. Mr. Chairman, I suggest you put the question for the national chairman because we had lost them, there was no power in Chotera.
Members of NRM delegates gathered at Chotera. The question before you reads, those in favor of YCAM 7 for the chairmanship, national chairmanship of NRM, say yes, and those against say no.
Yeah, on behalf of Chotera district, we are saying yes. Yes. Yes, for our president as our NRM candidate, presidential candidate.
For those of yes, do have it.
And you now put the question for the presidential candidate.
The second question reads, those in favor of YCAM 7 for presidential flag bearer of NRM say yes, and for those against say no.
Ye yes.
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 For those of yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Mbale. That is Bugisu sub-region, and the districts gathered are Mbale, Sironko, Manafa, Bududa, and Namisindwa.
Members of the delegation of NRM gathered at Mbale, comprised in that district sub-region. The question is before you. Those against
We vote.
Is it presidential? Yes. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no. In favor of YKM 7, yes. For presidential flag bearer,
we vote yes.
Yes.
We vote yes as Mbale, Bugisu region, we vote yes. We vote yes.
So the aye.
Mr. Chairman, have you ruled? Have you ruled?
Have you?
You've ruled. Mr. Chairman, next is Nebi.
Nebi.
Yes.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Nebi. The question is before you. Which reads, those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Those against say no. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. Those against, those in yes, do have it.
And next is Mukono. Greater Mukono, where we have the district of Mukono and Buvuma gathered at Mukono.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Mukono for the Greater Mukono. The question is before you. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and for those against say no. Therefore, the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Gulu, that is Acholi sub-region, and the districts gathered in Gulu are Chitugum, Lamuo, Gulu, Nuoya, Padel, Omol, and Agago, and they are gathered in Gulu.
Members of the NRM delegates gathered at Gulu, comprising for those districts read, the question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes.
Yeah!
So therefore the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Zombo.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Zombo. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. And for those against, say no. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes.
Yes!
Say no.
Sure deal.
Therefore, the yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Chigezi sub-region, where we have the districts of Kabale, Chisoro, Kanungu, Lukungiri, Rubanda, and Ruchiga, and they are gathered at Kabale. Chisoro, Kanungu, Lukungiri, Rubanda, and Ruchiga, and they are gathered at Kabale.
Members members of the NRM delegation gathered at Kabale. The question before you reads, those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no.
Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. For those against, say no. Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes.
Those of yes do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Buyikwe District. Next is Buyikwe District.
Members of the NRM delegates gathered at Buyikwe. Now the question is before you. The question reads, in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. For those against, say no. In favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. In favor
No change!
of the yes do have it.
Next is Chankwanzi District.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Chankwanzi. The question is before you now. The question reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes, and those against, say no. For presidential flag bearer, say yes, and those against, say no.
Yes!
So the I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Busia District.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Busia. It is time for you. As the question comes, reads, those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes. Those against, say no.
Those in favor of YKM7 for presidential flag bearer, say yes.
Yes!
Say yes.
Yes!
Permanent without pension.
The yes do have it.
Members of the District Executive Council of the National Executive Council who have not yet taken a vote on the presidential candidate for the party, please, those of Busoga Sub-Region, Buked Sub-Region, Bunyoro Sub-Region, Kayunga District, please come back, and Tororo, come back to take a vote. We want to make the resolution after you've pronounced yourselves on it. And members of the district, the National Executive Council, please, that is the member of parliament on the NRM ticket or the flag bearer, the chairman LC5 of the district on the NRM ticket or the flag bearer, the NRM district chairperson, the district woman representative or the flag bearer. We have the executives of the leagues. From the national level, we took you back to the zones. Please, we are waiting for you as leaders. But also some members of SEC opted to go and take the decision in their zones. So, can I have Hoima? Next, can I have Hoima? Yep. That is Bunyoro Sub-Region. Hoima, Bunyoro Sub-Region. We have Hoima District, Kivale District, Masindi District, Bulisa District, Chiriandongo District, Chikube District, Kakumiro District, Kagadi District, and gathered at Chitara Secondary School in Hoima. Mr. Chairman, we take the question.
Of NRM delegates of Bunyoro sub-region gathered at Hoima. The question is before you. Those in favor of YKM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes, and those for against say no.
Next is Jinja Busoga Sub-Region.
The I do have it.
Mr. Chairman, the districts of Busoga Sub-Region that are gathered in Jinja are the districts of Jinja, Mayuge, Iganga, Bugweri, Kamuli, Luuka, Buyende, Kaliro, Namutumba, Bujiri, Namayingo, gathered at Jinja Secondary School in Jinja.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Jinja from the districts red. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer of NRM say yes. For those against, say no. Say yes. The yes do have it.
Kayunga. And Bukedi. Not yet.
Mr. Chairman, let's have next Kayunga District. Kayunga District. Kayunga District to be followed by Tororo. And another one. And followed by Buked sub-region. Kayunga District. Kayunga District.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Kayunga. The question is before you now. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no. Say yes.
Yes! Kuli babe genda.
Yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, next is Tororo District. If Tororo is not yet on, can we have Buked sub-region? Tororo. Mr. Chairman, we have Tororo.
Members of the NRM delegation gathered at Tororo. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 for presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no. The question is before you. Those in favor of YCM 7 presidential flag bearer say yes. For those against, say no. No. So, yes, do have it.
Mr. Chairman, we have failed to connect to Bukedi for both posts. But the lawyers would tell us, because of the challenge before us, we may have to go to the next post in the interest of time. But in case we get Bukedi online, we shall go back to put the question to them. The technical people are trying to connect us to Bukedi. Mr. Chairman, that marks the end on the post of National Chairman and the post of NRM presidential candidate. PPS, can I request that you bring back our chairperson? Can you bring back our chairperson, but also come and do the needful in line with COVID regulations? I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Secretariat to thank Alhaj Abdul Naduli, the Vice Chairperson of NRM in charge of Central, for having steered us successfully into this exercise of the two posts of National Chairman and NRM presidential candidate. Can we clap for Alhaj Abdul Naduli? Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, but I also want to thank the members of the National Executive Council who are gathered at the 42 points or subzones or districts. Thank you so much for taking time to do your noble responsibility. But now we are going to move, we are getting back the National Chairman of NRM to steer through for the rest of the posts. Members, as we wait for His Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the National Chairman of NRM, I want to take advantage of this because I know we are live, so we should take advantage of this to communicate to the party members. Tomorrow, the 19th, we expect the candidates at Plot 10 to campaign, to put their proposals. Why them? What value do they want to add to the party? What advice do they give the party? Tomorrow at Plot 10, it will be live coverage on TVs, on radios, all social media, medium, we shall be able to use that. But also on the 20th, that is when we are supposed to have the national conference. At the venue, when you arrive, you'll find at the first tent, there will be a hand washing facility, and there will also be sanitizer. And when you have fulfilled what you are supposed to do there, then you move to the next tent where there is the voters register, the people who are supposed to vote, the members of the national conference. And the members of the national conference, I should mention the composition. We have the national chairman, the first national vice chairman, the second national vice chairman or chairperson female, the 6 vice chairpersons representing the regions, members of the National Executive Council, members of the NRM Municipal Executive Committees, members of the NRM Municipal Councils, promoters of the NRM organization, executive committees of the NRM branches in the diaspora, NRM members of parliament, NRM members of the East African Legislative Assembly, members of the NRM Historical Leaders Forum, members of the National Executive Committees of all special organs, the NRM chairpersons of districts, the NRM parliamentary flag bearers, the NRM flag bearers for district chairpersons, municipal mayors, members of NRM district executive committees, members of the district executive committees of all special organs, the NRM members of district councils, chairpersons of sub-county conferences. Those are the chairpersons of NRM at the sub-counties. But for this particular one, members of the Historical Leaders Forum, they will also go and vote in the districts where they come from. And also members of the special organs, they will also go and vote in the districts where they come from. Promoters will also go and vote in the districts where they come from. Members, after you've gone to the second tent, identified your name and identified yourself in the register, we are given a tag. Then you now move to the first booth to take a vote on the national chairman. Then go to the next one, take a vote on the presidential candidate. Then go to the next one, take a vote on the first national vice chairperson. Go to the next one, take a vote on the second national vice chairperson, female. Then go to the next booths for the regional vice chairpersons. After you are through with the elections, you are supposed to move to the next tent where you receive the keynote address of the national chairman, which is already a booklet. Then one for the Secretary General, which is also a booklet. And you will be given your facilitation. Members of National Conference, we are not supposed to provide water. We are not supposed to provide food. Under the regulations of COVID, when you are dealing with big numbers, and where you cannot be so sure to ensure that all the regulations and restrictions will be observed, you are better off leaving it. So even your lunch will be given in an envelope. And after that, you exit, leave the place. The people who are supposed to be at the venue throughout are the people who are in charge of the elections, the administrative secretary, and the chairman NRM of the district, the district task force on COVID-19. We expect the RDC, the DPC, the DISO, District Director Health Services, or DMO, with some health workers, not exceeding 3. And after that, when you have voted, don't stay. We don't expect crowds at the venue. But for those people who fall in the category of people with disabilities or the elderly, we will provide for you seats, because we don't want you to be inconvenienced as you come to exercise your right within the party. Members are asking, how will the vote take place? It is resolution by saturation. You will get there when, for every post, there is a booth or a table, and you will find the pictures of the candidates for that particular office. Then you will take a decision out of those who appear there, and the photographs will be there. You write your name, your telephone number, and you sign or you thumbprint below the photograph of the person who you want to lead us in this party. And you move to the next one. Members, why we have done that, we don't want you to convene, because when you convene and they roll call and you vote on one post, it means you will mix again, then they call for another post, then you go to again line up, then for another one. That's why we decided, SEC took a decision that it should be a walk-through. You may not be comfortable with it, but the challenge before us is bigger than what you are imagining. COVID, it involves also loss of life. There is no rehearsal in losing life. If you are gone, you are gone. Nobody has gotten that technology yet of putting a reverse when death has occurred. As you are aware, the President has informed us that the numbers are going up. People in the different parts of the country, we have sent masks, we have sent sanitizers. Wash your hands, the soap is there, and the water will be availed to you. We don't want to wake up and somebody tells us that this one got COVID in an exercise of the party. That will not be good for us as a party, and will not feel good. For us at the Secretariat, Plot 10, Plot 13, Plot 17, we have already tested COVID, so we no longer have a story, we no longer hear about it, we have lived through it. So we whip ourselves because we know it is no longer news, it is part of us. So we keep watching ourselves, whipping ourselves. And it's our responsibility to whip every member of the party. For those of you who are campaigning in primaries for the different posts, parliamentary and local government, I want to inform you that none of you is above the law. So, district task force in charge of COVID-19, please make sure every candidate adheres to the restrictions. If somebody doesn't do it, nobody is above the law. For members of the teams that are supposed to ensure there is law and order, COVID-19 regulations are also now part of law and order in this country. If you decide to do it selectively, the state will get to you. You are part of the state, but the state instead will punish those who are in charge and don't want to do their work. We don't want to lose lives. Every life matters. Every life is important. Like I've said, there is no reverse in life after death has occurred. PPS, can I have my chairman? PPS, can I have my chairman? So voting tomorrow, candidates will begin at 10, and we expect this activity to go on between 10 and 1 o'clock. But voting on the 20th will begin from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. From what? No, SEC took a decision from 9. We must follow strictly the restrictions that were given to us by SEC. No, we begin at 9. But the members of the organizing teams, the electoral commission teams, are supposed to arrive there much earlier and make sure everything is put in place as a team. So voting begins at 9 to 3 p.m. Then after that, the election officials will have to excuse me. My legal officer was advising me on what we should do next, so I had to listen to the legal advice. So members, after 3 p.m., then the counting of votes will go on, and it will be done by the presiding or district registrar for that particular district. But after they've counted, Dr. Tang should come and take us through that detail. But what I want to inform you, that the tallying will be done at the center, and after the Electoral Commission has done the tallying, they will move where the national chairman is to announce in the presence of the national chairman, and after announcing the results, then the national chairman will address the country. So I call on members of NRM, please, tomorrow, listen to the candidates as they campaign. This exercise is still on. Please come back to your centers, because we are still going to take a resolution for the rest of the posts as spelled out for the first vice chairperson, second vice chairperson, female, and also the 6 regional vice chairpersons. So, members of NRM, I want to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Tango Doi to come and give us the details exactly what will happen at the polling station, and also how he will get back the results, and also how he will be able to tell us the results, then after the national chairman addresses us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you. You have been very elaborate. Assembly of delegates at 8. Real voting starts at 9. Like Secretary General.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tango Doi. Doctor, we are not supposed to have assembling of delegates. It is supposed to come, you come, vote, and walk. People should not convene. There should be no crowds. But we shall discuss how we can enforce this, because it's also not easy to deal with fellow adults who are warming up for this exercise. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the National Chairman of NRM, the Presidential Flag Bearer for NRM for this term, but also who is in the process of becoming the Presidential Flag Bearer for the next term as we seek mandate as NRM party to continue leading this country. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity for the humility of saying, let Haji Naduli do the needful, because that is the law. So you don't stop at entrenching the law, you practice it. I want to thank you. While you were away, Your Excellency, Al-Haj Abdu Naduli has presided over the exercise so well, and he was very audible to everybody. We have taken the members of the National Executive Council in the 42 zones or districts have taken a vote on the national chairman, the candidature of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, but also the presidential flag bearer, the candidate, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And all of the zones or districts that are still under lockdown have pronounced themselves. And they all had yes, yes, so the ayes had it, the yes had it. But I want to report to Your Excellency that technology let us down in one center, and that is Bukedi sub-region or Bukedi zone. So the districts of Budaka, Butebu, Palisa, Chibuku, those have not taken a vote. But we are still working out to see how we can access them, because we don't want to deny them their right. We are trying our best, most especially at this time when technology has improved, technology at that level was introduced and improved during your era. Your Excellency, the members have endorsed your candidature, and it was done under the able leadership of Al-Haj Naduli Abdu. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the NRM party which you lead, very inclusive, to congratulate you. Yes, the process is still on, but every step will just a milestone. We jubilate and say NRM oye. Your Excellency, it's now my opportunity, I want to take this opportunity to have presented the report, but also to say I also got to take my seat with Al-Haji Naduli while the Deputy Secretary General takes over as we preside over the next posts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Your Excellency and the President of the country, the Chair of the party, would like to congratulate you for having been unanimously accepted by the National Executive Council of the party as we move to the next phase. We thank the party members for continuously having trust and faith in you to continue leading the party and the country. Your Excellency, we are moving to the next phase of the program as provided in the schedules of our Constitution, that we now need to present to the National Executive Council of the party names of candidates that were approved by the Central Executive Committee for onward acceptance and forwarding to the National Conference. And after that, sir, I will invite you to put the question to the party members who are watching us on screen from their different centers. The citations were read already by the Secretary General. I'm only going to read from the third paragraph, that hereby the Central Executive Committee hereby resolve to recommend to the National Executive Council the following candidates for election in the offices of the National Chairperson, the first National Vice Chairperson, the second National Vice Chairperson female, Vice Chairpersons representing East, Central, North, West, Kampala, and Karamoja regions of Uganda, and the NRM presidential candidate as indicated in the list below. The National Executive Council of the party, SEC, forwarded the following names to NEC, and at the end of the reading of the names, sir, I would request that you put the question to the members who will again put their acknowledgement. The national chairman of the party, the name of His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, was approved by SEC, and the vote has been taken by NEC. NEC has to make a resolution to forward it to the delegates. Number two, the NRM presidential candidate, His Excellency General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was recommended by the Central Executive Committee of the party. His names were presented to NEC. NEC voted, and we wait for resolution to forward it to the delegates conference. Number 3, the first national vice chairperson of the party, the Central Executive Committee recommended the names of Alhaji Moses Chigongo as the first national vice chairperson of the party. Number 4, the second national vice chairperson of the party, female, the following names were recommended by the Central Executive Committee of the party to be forwarded to NEC for onward recommendation to the delegates conference. These are, number 1, the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, Mrs. Chazike Deborah Chinobe, Mrs. Amongin Jane Francis Okili, Honorable Pasis Namuganza Princess. There are 4 for the position of the second national vice chairperson, female. Number 5, vice chairpersons, Northern Region. The National Executive Council of the party, SEC, recommended the following 4 people. 1, Dr. Odong Samuel Oledo, the Right Honorable Jacob L. Olanya, 3, Honorable Engola Sam, 4, Mr. Jokene Timothy Oke. Number 6, the Vice Chairpersons, Karamoja, Sub-Region. The Central Executive Committee of the party recommended the following 2 people. 1, Honorable Aleper Simon Peter, 2, Mr. Lokori Jimmy Tebanyang. Number 7, the following names were recommended by SEC to NEC for onward decision of NEC so that they are forwarded to the delegates conference. Vice Chairperson, Central Region. These names are Aji Chiganda Twaha Sonko, Honorable Chiwanda Godfrey Subi, Mr. Mayengo Moses, Mr. Magara John, Mr. Kalisa Kalangwa Moses. Number 8, sir, the Central Executive Committee of the party recommended the following persons for the position of Kampala, Vice Chair, Kampala Region. These are Mr. Amote Nyakana Godfrey, Mr. Katongole Singh, and Mr. Salim Ouru. Number 9, for the position of Vice Chairperson, Eastern Region, the Central Executive Committee of the party recommended the following 3 people. 1, Honorable Captain Mike Mukula, 2, Honorable Tana Sanjay, 3, Ms. Akelo Christine Ariet. Number 10, Your Excellency, the Vice Chairperson, Western Region, the following names were approved and recommended by the Central Executive Committee to NEC for onward recommendation by NEC to the Delegates Conference. These are Mr. Dini Emmanuel Kisembo, Ambassador Major General Retired Matthias Chaligonza B, Mrs. Kintu Florence Tumine, Dr. Chris Bariomuzi, Mr. Kafuda Boas, Mr. Timugaya Apollo, and Mr. Mwangi Wilberforce Biaboneka. Your Excellency, this was signed under your authority on the 17th of August 2020 and witnessed by the Right Honorable Secretary General on behalf of the Central Executive Committee. Sir, I would now like to request you to come and put the question to the NEC members for the following names to be passed and forwarded to the Delegates Conference. I beg to invite you, sir.
Members of the National Executive Council, do you approve and recommend to the National Conference the consideration for elections by the National Conference of the persons whose names were contained in the SEC recommendations and also read to you? Those in favor? How did they show it?
The delegates from their center are watching on the screen. We request that we put them on the screen so that our technical team, please, can you connect all the centers to the screen? Thank you. Sir, you can put the question and the response.
Members of the National Executive Council, do you approve and recommend to the National Conference the consideration for election by the National Conference of the persons whose names were contained in the SEC recommendations and also read to you? Those in favor, say aye. They vote by zone?
Okay, they are all following.
So how are they recorded?
They have voted. They have voted.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the zones?
Yes.
How did you capture them?
So I now request to invite you for your closing remarks to the delegates. Hold on. Yeah? Your Excellency, we also request that you put a question for the approval and the recommendation of the appointment of Honorable Jackie Chetoire as the Deputy National Treasurer, because it's by law required that the NEC approves her name for the position.
No, but let's first finish this. How do you announce? I need to ask if there was anybody who was against.
Yes, sir.
I didn't ask that. I have been told by the magicians here that you have voted. But I want to ask those against, if there are any. No one. So the ayes have it.
Congratulations. Thank you.
But how do you record the numbers?
Your Excellency, the next question will request that you put, I'm going to read the citation, then you put the question and will respond again in the affirmative before you make your closing remarks. A resolution of the National Executive Council on the appointment of the NRM Deputy National Treasurer, which is on the 18th August 2020. Whereas the National Chairperson of the National Resistance Movement did nominate Honorable Jacqueline Chetwaire to serve in the position of Deputy National Treasurer of the party, we members of the NRM National Executive Council do hereby resolve to approve the nomination of Jacqueline Chetwaire to serve in the position of the Deputy National Treasurer. So you can put the question, may those in favor and against.
By the constitution of the NRM, the NEC and the SEC before that needed to approve my nominations for certain posts. Recently, I nominated Jacqueline Chetwaire as the Deputy Treasurer after I moved Dr. Mona from there to my office. SEC has already approved. I therefore put it to NEC. Do you support the appointment of Jacqueline Chetwaire as the Deputy Treasurer? Those in favor say aye. The ones against say no.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Thank you, dear NEC members. Thank you, the Central Executive Committee of members of the party. Your Excellency, we are very, very much proud and privileged that the members of the party put forth their request to you to continue leading them and guiding the country. We thank you for accepting this noble cause, and I'm sure the rest of the country is following online and through the different media channels. We are grateful for this initiative. The programs for tomorrow and the 20th has been communicated by the Secretary General and the Chairman Electoral Commission. Delegates are aware of what is going to take place tomorrow and also how they are going to vote on the 20th. So with these few remarks and with the permission from the Secretary General, may I now invite you to make your closing remarks for the NEC conference. Thank you.
Thank you. All the members of SEC and of NEC, I want to thank you for again putting confidence in me and putting forward my name to the National Conference for both the leadership of the party and also being the flag bearer. Thank you so much for showing the confidence. I'm really very happy and confident because Uganda now looks unstoppable. It is unstoppable because we have put, as I said in my summarized statement, we have put in place the foundation. the foundation of security, a very strong army, and other security pillars. We have solved the issue of electricity, and we are continuing to solve it. We now have surplus electricity. We have addressed the issue of the roads. I was very happy. I saw yesterday Mrs. Kajina was signing the contract for the Ruemkunyu, Masin Port, Apache, Lira, Puranga, Ashoribur Road, and there are many other roads we are going to construct. We are working on the railway and the water transport. And what I was reading to you in the morning, the size of the economy now, does not include our petroleum resource. That resource will soon start being exploited. What caused the delay was the COVID. When it broke out, scientists could not come from France to come and start the petroleum production. Therefore, we have everything now in hand. When we finish with the national conference, I will be able to make a longer statement. But for now, I want to congratulate the NRM. There was this little election which was there yesterday of the special interest groups. Although I had not yet got all the results, but from the rough reports I was getting, it seems the NRM did quite well, especially with the youth. Our young people, many of whom had been, they were trying to confuse the foreigners, the ones who don't want Africa to be stable. They always want to look for weak points, and they were thinking they could use our young people to undermine the cohesion of the country. But they don't know Ugandans well. If you really want to wake up Ugandans, you come as a foreigner and you try to tell them what to do. I thank the foreigners for giving us support by trying to interfere in our affairs. Because when they try to interfere, then the Ugandans wake up. It's very good. So, these results of yesterday, there wasn't much mobilization. Although for the youth, many of the youth started coming, and I was talking to them. Some of the NRM leaders didn't want me to deal with this youth. They said, why do you talk to the youth? You should talk to us. But I should talk to you, but also to these people. And we have seen how that strategy has worked. Many of the youth who had gone away have come back, and they are going to come back. We are going to end up with a very, very cohesive political landscape. So I thank you so much. I don't want to delay you for curfew. Thank you. We shall meet again and talk more. Thank you very much.
We rise for the anthems. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, NBS, for putting us online, and thank you, delegates. We wish you all the best. Please come again on the 20th to vote for the candidates of your choice. May God bless you all. Thank you.